Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third day of our Masterclass series of the Summer Out There 2021 International Music Festival. I am Teacher Jedi, and I'll be hosting this program. So we are now live at the Manila Symphony Orchestra Music Academy YouTube channel. You may also catch the other solo master classes at the Manila Symphony Orchestra YouTube channel and the Manila Symphony Junior Orchestra YouTube channel. So this morning, I'd like to welcome our first teacher, Mr. Odin Rathnam. Praised by critics worldwide for his innate musicianship, brilliant technique, and a sound that recalled the great violinists of past generations, Mr. Rathnam is a world renowned concert violinist, recording artist, and violin teacher. He received his formal training at Juilliard Pre-College and Mannes College of Music with Sally Thomas and Anne Setzer. Returning to the Juilliard School as a full scholarship student of Dorothy DeLay and Masao Kawasaki. He studied chamber music with Julius Levine, Felix Galimier, Joel Smirnov, Joseph Gingold, Joseph Gingold. He also worked closely with the Danish violinist and pedagogue Anker Buch, who is credited by many for bringing Ivan Galamyan's teachings to Denmark. Mr. Rathnam's commitment to the development of young talents has led many of his students to be accepted at major conservatories throughout the United States and abroad, several going to win prizes in national and international competitions, including Fishoff, Nielsen, and Queen Elizabeth competitions. So I'd like to welcome once again Mr. Odin Rathnam and our first student for this morning is Margel Joshua Taklob, and he will be playing the Adagio from Sonata Number 1 in G minor by Bach.
Good morning.
Good
MJ,
morning.
I'm looking forward to hearing you. If you have room, MJ, back up about 2 feet so I can see both hands completely when you're playing. Perfectly, a little bit further. Yeah, that distance helps. Thank you. Good. Very good, MJ. Thank you. Bravo. Um, I'd
Recording
like to
in
go through this.
progress.
I'd like to go through this one more time and just have a close look at a couple of things along the way before making my general observation. So I'd actually like you to play again. So start at the very beginning, but this time I may stop you a couple of places just to point out a couple of things to you. But just go ahead and start from the very beginning. All right? Good. Look at the last rhythm that you played from the D7 chord. This is the beginning of the second full measure. Can you play from there again? And what I'd like you to try to do is to come off two of the longer rhythms a little earlier so that the smaller note values aren't quite as spread. So if you come, the later that you come off the chord, the faster you have to play those 30-second notes. Come off the tie a little sooner. Try again. From there.
From beginning, sir.
Second measure, second measure. So you do this instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you can do it a little bit more spread than that. Not as late and fast, the little notes. Yeah. That's the idea. That's one. Keep going now. Now continue. Continue from there. Good. One minor rhythmic correction. Bar 8 after bottom, it's actually yadam beedledee, not yadam beedledam, yadam beedledee. Can you try that? Yeah, so that first G not too short. That's right. And go on. careful. That bar, that was another rhythm. Dee-dum, ba-dum, be-dim, ba-da-da-da-da-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-da-da-da-da-dum. Even though we have the appoggiatura, we want the appoggiatura plus the note after it to last that full dotted value. So don't cut it short. Do you know what I mean? Da-dee, ba-dee-da-da. That the B flat doesn't come too early. Go from two before that, like two beats before the yeah. If you had just the melody,
Sir,
you
your
have to
sound is
observe.
sir.
What is that?
I think you are not in original sound, sir.
I don't know if I know how to do that. I don't know that my computer knows how to do that. I tried. Um, I'm sorry, but I don't know where to do that on my computer. I've tried. It's
Sir, do you see the mute button?
yeah,
Then there's the arrow beside that.
yeah,
And then can you click audio settings?
yeah,
And then sorry, I muted. Then from audio settings, somewhere at the bottom it says there show in meeting option to turn on original sound. Can you can you just click that?
yeah. I
All right.
did.
And then you see suppress background noise.
I don't see that.
Others okay. Maybe it's okay. So you just click the show in meeting option to turn on original sound.
Yeah,
Okay, and then you can close that, and then at the top of the screen you can see um, turn on original sound. Do you see it on top?
yeah. Hold on. All right.
So it says
Now
there now turn off
it
original
says
sound.
original sound is on.
Okay, perfect. That's it.
Yeah. So in throughout your reading, what I was getting at, the reason I wanted you to get to understand this is that I sometimes was a little bit unclear of the melody line retaining correct rhythms. So if the melody line is you weren't observing that when you added the chord. Yeah, you didn't hold a dotted rhythm. 1, 2, 3. That's 3 subdivided beats, not 2. Do you understand? So for me, you went to. You have to let the dotted rhythm still be its value. So throughout the piece, a few places when you had chords combined with melody, one of the 3 notes of the chords might be the melody voice, okay? That one you still want to feel retains the rhythm, whatever the notational value is next to the whole chord, so that you come off the tie on the at the right time. So could you do one more time from the beginning of that one? Yeah. Also, in general, um, I don't think it has to be strict, but I think that we should be careful not to get stuck when we play it and to be thinking ahead of the moment, always thinking about what's coming and where you're going, not just look at your feet right where you're standing. You know how when we walk, we look a little bit ahead so we can see if the pavement is turning to the right or turning to the left. Same thing when we drive, especially in mountain roads. You know, you have some beautiful mountains in the Philippines. And when you drive on those roads and they're windy, you kind of have to imagine, well, what's coming around the next bend and anticipate. And I think in music we can do something similar. We can try to feel where the road is going at all times if you're headed towards an arrival point. So if you could just go from where we left, which was bar um, 11, and continue, and a little bit less worried about where we are than where we're going. So I know we're told to play in the moment. I actually think that it's better to be a little bit aware of what's coming up always. Yeah? Try one more time from that downbeat. So look here. Coordination wise, prepare sooner. Prepare soon. Prepare ahead of the sounds. Prepare the fingers and the bow ahead of the sounds a little bit, and you won't feel as hesitant. Try it. It'll help you a lot. Right. So what string is the melody on? What string is the melody on? Which string? A string. Right. And which string is added for the double stops? The D. Is it wise to cross to the D as you make the double stop or right before you make the double stop? Think about what I just asked and do it again. Your string crossing should happen at the end of the previous bow, not the beginning of the new bow. That's the problem. That's why you hear extra noise. Watch. Cross. 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 Not. But before. That's what I mean about anticipating where the bow needs to be before it's there and also having the fingers ready for the next double stop. This is what Galamian calls correlation. The idea that before sounds happen, there is an order of actions. Left hand first, bow second, sound third. And the sound has to be with our pulse, which means that our mental preparations have to be ahead of the pulse. If your mental commands are with the metronome, the actual sounds you make will be slightly behind the metronome, whatever metronome pulse that you set in your inner body, because obviously we don't play this with a metronome, and we need flexibility. So, but this idea of correlation, that you have a preparation of string crossings, preparation of fingers for the next double stop ahead of the sound, it also does something else that's beautiful for us. It forces us to release the finger pressure from the previous double stop sooner. That gives the hand a little chance to relax between notes. Okay, so do you understand what I'm talking about? Almost as though we did this: down, down, lift off, next one, lift out, lift off. That you have time to release some pressure between the notes. And you do that during the slowest part of the previous bow, never the beginning of the next bow. So prepare your new strings at the end of the previous bow, not the beginning of the new bow. And prepare your fingers the end of the previous note, not the beginning of the new note, ahead of the bow. Yeah? These actions happen just an instant before we hear them. Otherwise, we will tend to sound more tentative. And if you want to sound more like in command of what you're doing, set your actions a little bit ahead of whatever your foot stomp is. Yeah. Again. that's the most shocking chord in the whole first section. I would give it more tone. That when you get to yeah, so make a little more sound to that really really strange chord to make us appreciate how dissonant it is. Yeah, you hear that? Now breathe and give me a deep B. Breathe when you're done. Breathe and deep. Yeah. Yeah, that's not the right rhythm. Yum bada yada da da dee da dee deem beam yada dum bum, and it's a cadence. So I think it should broaden at the end, and not speed up. Yada da da dee 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 yada bum bada dee yada da 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 dee 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 yada dum dee. That's the rhythm, I think. Yeah. One bow. Yeah, throw to that one. Save and travel. Save bow. More bow. Slow. And grow more, yeah? Save the bow on the up bow. So you have more left at the end and bigger. That's the most, that dominant seventh is the most dissonant. That you want to give that third chord the most. So you have this one. Right? One dynamic. Then all this easy. More. Then more. The most. Less consonant. So react to the harmonies with your dynamics. It'll make much more sense. Try from C minor. Okay, so not too much on this. From there. I wouldn't go that slow on the scale. If you're going towards a dissonance there, I would go forward. This one going up, not don't. That's where we're going. And the whole scale is going up to it. Then you can back off the tempo a little bit, coming down to the consonants. So remember, did you see the masterclass where I taught the other young lady the same movement plus the fugue? And we talked a little bit about the harmonic, the dissonances and the consonances, and the lines moving up and the lines moving down, and how they can breathe, and how sometimes we can crescendo a line going up and diminuendo a line going down, and sometimes we can deliberately do the opposite, and that we can also do that with the pacing. That these scales that connect the different chords can either remain strictly in the tempo, or they can slow down, or they can actually move forward towards a new arrival point. All of that's based on our harmonic analysis. And what I want you to be aware of is, am I close to the tonic key or am I moving away from the tonic key? If you're moving away from the tonic key, you're generally moving towards dissonance. If you're moving towards the tonic, back to resolve, I would say that the tonic relationship could be resolved more and weaker. So what I noticed that's excellent about your playing is your overall care to having everything line up, and you've been pretty clean. There was only one or two places that I noticed that the melody didn't have the exact printed rhythm. And I'm not even really in general a stickler for that. The only reason I noticed that was because you were being so strict, which is a totally different subject. I think you should really make an effort to allow it to breathe and allow some things to be faster, some things to be slower. Don't box yourself in. But give yourself the freedom to editorialize, to quote one of my other coaches that I had at Juilliard, violist named Toby Apple, who said when he heard me playing that I shouldn't be afraid to editorialize a little bit the shaping of the 30 seconds and 64th notes, these lines, and that we should really think about the big picture. You could even take a see-through bright colored marker like in chartreuse or yellow and mark all your big chords so that you can see where they are. And you'll see that those are your sort of arrival points, your different arrival points in the piece. And then you have all these scales and little noodling connecting them that we have to snake around, and sometimes they should get louder, get softer. And I mean, you can either set rules like if the line's going up, crescendo, line's going down, diminuendo, or you can experiment in the practice room during the creative time, right? Which is a little different than the building time. Building time, you've done some good building. It's quite solid, that's good. But as you start diving into the expression and you want it to say more and more to your audience, that's a different type of practice. So you're doing very well, but for all of us, and because this is a masterclass, it's an imperfect venue for really giving you everything that you need, that I would give you if you were my student, because I also have to speak to things that will help everyone who's in the audience, and just sort of general ideas that will help all of you, right? So I think what I would like to stress is that in your practice room, all of you should have building time, when you're just figuring out how to work out the mechanics of executing different things, and creative time when you're experimenting with ideas to see what works, more bow here, less bow here. And then you have to work that in with the medium speed playthroughs where you're not playing quite up to tempo, but you're really trying to remember all your musical ideas, bow distribution, and when you're bringing out a certain voice, crescendo and diminuendo. And performance time. It's very important that you have certain amounts of your practice dedicated to actually performing, so that you get in the feeling of start to finish, giving your all and feeling that. If all of these practice types exist in the right balance, then we feel more comfortable when we're playing the works that we have to play in front of people, when we finally get to that performance phase. And for every artist at every stage of development, it could be that you need more of one thing than the other. Everybody's different, right? But I would think that for you, you want to think more this way in your general. Here's one idea. As one idea. So you feel like I told the whole story and I didn't let myself vibrate or anything. Then you could color the vowel at the little. That's my first real arrival in this whole piece, all the way to there. That's where I really gave more pressure, more sound. But if you think this way of breathing, breathe out, then breathe in. It's very natural. End the story. But then a new idea. And don't worry so much about the chords. Let that be in the building time, that you work on advanced preparation so that they come in time. But when you actually perform, more about that story than about violin technique, so to speak. Even if you mess up. Because there's nothing wrong with falling off the horse. My friend Kurt Nickenen, world-class soloist and concertmaster of the New York City Ballet Orchestra, but equal to 99% of the living soloists in front of the public today. One of the truly greatest violinists I know. Always tells certain kids, don't be afraid to fall off the horse. Do you like skateboarding or any physical activities, or basketball, or what is it called? Kickboxing or anything like that? Do you have any hobbies that are sports oriented?
Badminton, sir.
What is that?
Badminton, sir.
Aha. So that's wonderful. So and when you see a great dancer, you said dancing, right?
I said badminton, sir.
Badminton. Okay. So what are the most exciting moments in a badminton match? Is it just when the volley's going easy, or is it when something wild happens, unexpected, and somebody does something crazy over the top and takes a chance and does a great move to get a point? It's always that, right? So if you want that to happen, or if you're a skateboarder, if you never try to jump the board over some steps and fall on your tuchus, you're never going to be able to do it without falling on your tuchus. So when you play in front of people, there's a wonderful German word and Yiddish word, ungehemmt. In Danish, uhemmet. Be without reservation. Dare. Forget what might happen. Don't worry about it. We're not surgeons. Nobody's going to die if we make a mistake. Dare to fall off the horse. Yeah. So a little bit more. Some players will come to me playing Bach, and it's entirely way too outward and like Tchaikovsky or something. And I have to tell them, maybe be a little more inward. But in your case, I think you could stand to be even a little more outward with your expression. Daring. Don't worry if you hit something or miss something. Worry only about what you have to say. Yeah, let's try the same spot and continue a little bit. And focus more on that than worrying about what could go wrong. I don't care. You play very cleanly for the most part. But the whole purpose of music, and what Isaac Stern would tell you to do, is say something. I don't care what you say, but say something. Much more important than perfect. We work, and Heifetz said, practice in the practice room, work like your life depended on it. On stage, perform like you don't give a damn. Completely let go of all that. Because you've already done the work. It's only going to go as well as it's going to go. And worrying about it's only going to make it worse. It's a great philosophy. And it gets easier with age because I don't have the same even ambitions that I did when I was much younger. So now when I get up to play, the person I'm most worried about pleasing is not sitting in the audience anywhere or sitting on the stage with me. It's me. I want to please me. It took me a long time to get to that. And if I can teach you to get to that point earlier in your life, you can have more concerts where your body fills up with endorphins instead of cortisol. Cortisol is a very bad naturally produced steroid that helps us to deal with pain and suffering, whereas endorphins are naturally produced euphoric hormones in our body that give us a sense of extreme well-being and happiness. Which would you rather have coursing in your veins during a concert? Think about it. So now, at the age of 55, I walk into the bathroom before the concert in my dressing room. I look in the mirror and I forgive the man in the mirror before I even walk on stage. Yeah. I'm like, whatever it's going to be, just give all of it, whatever you are. Forget who you are or anything. Just show us what you believe about Bach. That's all that matters. Because right when you play, nobody else's opinion matters because you're the only one allowed to express your opinion at that moment. We all have to listen. That's a wonderful moment. You're on the soapbox. Never be afraid of it. Speak your heart. Yeah. So let's do again from the beginning. Okay. I'd like you to think a little bit more flowing tempo. And for now, because we're not, I would tell you a million things in terms of technique if I were working with you every week and stuff. And we can talk another time in private about some things I'd like you to work on. But I don't think that that's the key for opening you up to your best today. I think the key for you opening up your best is to breathe. Keep looking at what's coming. Don't be afraid of the next notes. And forget any notes that are already get done. You know? When you're skiing, if you've ever been alpine skiing, and you hit a little bump and you almost fall down, the worst thing you can possibly do is look back uphill at the bump that you hit, because you might hit the tree that's right in front of you. Always look ahead, yeah? From the beginning. Let's do again. MJ, look. Breathe in when you raise the bow to the string, breathe out when you play. Take a breath, raise the bow to the string, and play. Yeah? Take a breath and play. Good. But are you going to let the air out of your lungs that slow, the way your bow did? Make your bow move the way you're, either press a little more and then move through the, yeah? Yeah. Nice. Good. No. Not one bow speed. Start slow, move the middle, slow the very end. So that you have breath and breathe in as you're doing it. And breathe the same way. Breathe in slowly, more. Yeah? Breathe with that bow arm. It's your lungs. Breathe. That was much better opening, by the way. Beautiful. Good. If you do that on the down bow, slowly, not too fast. Don't go. But and be careful not to press too much. I would come closer to the bridge instead, but don't overpress. Vibrate a little bit to release the sound. Yeah. Can you go from this chord? Good. MJ, let's make sure that you go from here through this. Keep it going. All the way to there. Don't get stuck along the way. So from here, it's all developing, huh? Yeah, don't get stuck too much in the middle. It's okay if it's a little faster. People play this too slow. Yeah. Now, again, let me just remind you: if you think of it in eight, it's going to be too slow. Adagio in what? It's in common time, 4/4. Quarter note is adagio. Think about that. Yum ba da da dee da dee dee da dee dee. Da 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 dee 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 da dee. This is very slow. Dee da 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 dee da da da. You can clock it on a metronome. I guarantee you it's in the adagio range. So don't fall into the trap of playing it adagio in eight. Play it in four and it'll sound better. Go from the same thing. So this is and of four. Four. One. Two. Three. You understand? It's much easier. Try it. I know it feels strange. As long as you keep it calm sounding. Adagio in four. I don't want it to sound fast. All right? And then you can do one original bowing. You can do one bow for that. Try originally bowing, all down for this. Yeah. Good. Yes. And closer to the bridge. Don't stop. Don't stop. Closer to the bridge. Closer to the bridge. A little closer to the bridge and don't get stuck too much, yeah? Closer to the bridge. MJ, you're so awesome. If I were your teacher, we're going to tell you one thing for the rest of the masterclass. Get that bow, for the most part, away from your fingerboard. Closer to your bridge. Back it up. Yeah, that doesn't mean play louder. It'll just sound better without forcing. Yeah? It'll sound better. I promise you. Wow. Beautiful. Listen to what your fiddle did for you. And the fiddle did all the work just by you changing the sounding point. You didn't work harder, did you? No. It works. There's a sweet spot. You want to find, for whatever your bow speed is, there's an ideal spot where it neither sounds pinched or too breathy. You know what I mean? We've all felt that core. And I was just teaching somebody in Chanson Poème. He went, and I said, no, 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 no. The G is, okay, the G is down bow, but the A sharp is shocking. So you have the, right? Got to open up. And you got to get pressure in the string without locking the left hand. pressure and sounding point, and this is for all of you listening, and intention should not equal tension. So if I want to give more to a note, to this, I don't have to tighten my shoulder more for that. All I did was add more index finger and vibrate it. Yeah, slower vibrato, more intense vibrato. And I made the shift, by the way, ahead of the increase in the bow speed. Because if I do the bow speed ahead of the shift, you get this. Yeah, you're doing the increase in the bow during the slide. We don't want to hear the slide as the most important event. The slide is merely a connection between two pitches. We want to hear C sharp, B, B. You understand? So the reason people are afraid sometimes to give more of themselves is, and with the very musical ones, myself included as a kid, I would correlate intention with tension. So if there was a ritardando, I'd get tighter in my muscles. If there was an accelerando, I would get tighter in my muscles. If there was a crescendo, I'd get tighter in my muscles. If there was a diminuendo, in other words, any change, a shift, and that it's not necessary. Just do the action without make your intention separate from tension. Do you understand what you intend to do with the phrase? So you can, just by coming into the bridge more and doing that, everyone could hear that his sound became immediately more focused, and he didn't feel like he was running out of bow, because the bow could naturally travel slower, which gave him more room at the end of slurs and stuff. That's called bank account, save and travel. You understand? So you want to make sure that you manage your bow distribution and your planning that way. That was really much better. Let's skip to later in the movement so that I can hear the ending. I'd like you to go down to that B again in bar 13. You have that. You first have that fermata chord, and then you go on. Yeah, there's right, and make sure you can vibrate without increasing the shoulder tension in your wrists and your fingertips. Yeah, this. It should be ta 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 ta. Look at the music. Ta 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 ta. Play that rhythm for me. You hear that? Yeah, careful. No. You're too lift after the 3 trill is late. The same thing that you would use in Devil's Trill. Yeah? You understand? Yeah, this. Lift. Lift. The lifting of the 2 is a little late. Wait. Which of those 2 notes on the D string is a strong beat and which is a weak beat? Because you're playing them the same. One of those is weak, one of those is strong. The F sharp is weaker than the G. All right? It's less important. So don't go. It's a Gajic. Yeah, so we have And you could slow down a lot if you wanted to. Yeah, from here, but make it still discernible. So I was telling Casey, my student that's doing chanson, even when you bend rhythm, bend it with a bendable metronome. Deem ba da 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 dee deem beam ba da dum. You understand? That you don't do it randomly, but that you bend your rhythm organically when you're slowing down or speeding up. I said in an earlier masterclass to some students, a train can only speed up at a certain rate and slow down at a certain rate. So you want to think about that. Well, listen, I want to let you play a little bit more. Go from there and continue. One more time from the and continue a little bit longer. From the and because we don't want to think about too much, instead of thinking about everything I've taught you, I'd like you to focus just on the sounding point. That closer to the bridge made the biggest difference of any one thing that we worked on, and freeing up the wrist and fingertip vibrato without tightening your shoulder. Those two things really helped you, okay? And then if you wanted to add anything more, because it's a lot to think about at once, tempo. Adagio in 4, not in 8, because that faster tempo will help you, all right? You can slow cadences. Yeah. So you can slow cadences, but not the rest. Yeah. Good, but show me this. You're not vibrating. Yeah. A little sharper, more finger on the E string than on the A, and more on the flat part of the finger. Yeah. Little life, a little life. Yeah. Bach had 22. Listen, people argue about vibrato, non-vibrato in Bach. I believe both, depending. All right, but I think coloring the vowel portion of long notes is important. If you do this in a great big church, you might get away with it, but not in any dry setting. So when you go, give a little life. A little color, yeah? And go on. I won't stop you anymore. Keep on. MJ, thank you so much for playing today. I want you, before I let you go, I know we're almost at the next hour, but even though we only have 1 minute left, can you do from here to the end from memory instead of using your music? And just talk with. From there. From there? You know, from here. No music. Just play fiddle for us. Just watch your fiddling. Don't look at the music. I knew you could do that. I knew that was what was going on. The other thing that was affecting you today was that you were not trusting your memory and your intention. You were reading notes, even though you had an interpretation already. And now, when you took the music away, you focused on your ear eye coordination. You watched that sounding point, and your ears listened, and you created, and it breathed. So, a lot of those problems were actually non-existent for you. The next time that you play in a masterclass for someone, young man, I want you to trust two things more because you just proved it right now: your memory and your artistry. You see, you have both. That was you'll hear the tape when you listen to the recording. You listen to how you played that last time. You could play the whole thing that way if you didn't use the music. All right? That doesn't mean you can't study with the music. But go away when you're playing. If you basically have something memorized, folks, never doubt it in the performance. Better to go on that stage and have a really bad memory slip than to not be in it. Play from memory. That was very beautiful. Thank you, MJ.
Thank you, sir. I
You're
learned a
welcome.
lot.
Good.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Maestro.
Welcome.
Good job, MJ.
I'm going to go to the next link site. I'll see you guys in about a minute.
See you.
All right.
Congratulations, MJ. Thank you, Mr. Ratnam.
You're very welcome.
You may catch Mr. Ratnam in the other room, in the blue room, for those who want to follow him. You can go to the Manila Symphony Junior Orchestra YouTube channel. All right, so now we're ready for our next teacher, someone I've met in 2005 for the Cultures in Harmony program. I saw William enter. Hi, William.
Hi,
It's so nice to see you again.
great to see you again.
All right, hold on. William Harvey is a graduate of the Juilliard School, New York, USA. He is currently the concertmaster of Mexico's premier orchestra, the Orquesta Sinfónica Nacional, and violin faculty at the Universidad Panamericana. Violinist, conductor, and composer, he has appeared as violin soloist at Carnegie Hall with the New York Youth Symphony and has performed concerti with orchestras in Argentina, the Philippines, Mexico, and USA. He is also the founder of Cultures in Harmony, a group of musicians and volunteers which aims to bring people together through music. So, once again, I'd like to welcome our next teacher for this morning's program, Mr. William Harvey. And our student who will play for him is Kaitlyn Shutu, and she will be playing the Aleman and Courant from Partita number 2 by Bach.
Sir.
Do I play both movements or just the first one first?
Both is great. Yeah. Yay. Okay, good. Just 1 second. I'm getting my, oops, getting my music ready. Okay, very good. Have you done the whole partita, or are you just focusing on these two movements?
Just these two movements.
Okay, very good. Well, it helps when you start the Alemanda, it helps to keep in mind that you are, at least in theory, starting this mammoth half-hour piece that finishes with the 15-minute chaconne, which many chaconne fans like me consider to be the greatest work of art ever created in any medium ever. So it's kind of intimidating when you know that you're going to start in the allemande and go all the way through to the chaconne. But even if you're just playing the allemande, I want you to think about what kind of atmosphere you want to create from just the first two notes. Um, One phrase I love, especially as it relates to Bach, is it was Goethe said that architecture is frozen music. So it follows that the opposite should also be true. Music is thawed architecture. Basically, as we play, we can create the space in which we're playing. For instance, if I want to acknowledge the reality that I'm in the basement of my apartment in Mexico City, then I play the beginning like this. Because it's a small space, right? But if I imagine that I'm in the cathedral of Mexico City, how does that change how I play just the first two notes? Everything feels different. I feel like I have more space, more room, I'm more relaxed. And the first two notes are not quite as intense, but more sort of solemn and with a lot of echo. Yeah, so try that. Imagine that you're in this enormous, very old church, and everyone is quiet, and you play the beginning of the Allemande. Okay, yeah, that was better. It still felt a bit intense. The way that the pickup led to the main the downbeat of the first measure, it was da da, yeah, relax. Da da. Think of that note as being absolutely huge. It's a big bell that is being rung, sorry, da 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 da, and then all the notes that follow, da 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 da, it's like a reverberation from that note, and then ya da da da. So actually, what we get, if you look at the bass, we get the bass line of the chaconne, which is 64 times. So the beginning of the Alemanda, that's already there. Could you do maybe the first two measures and really exaggerate the weight of the notes that correspond to the bass line of the chaconne, which would be, and then, yeah. Good. Now, actually, this brings up another point I was going to mention later. One thing I like about your playing is you use the whole bow very freely, which is great because actually a lot of students around the world have the opposite problem that they don't use enough bow. I actually sometimes think you're at the other end of the extreme where you sometimes use too much bow. I think the fact that you are physically able to use the whole bow is fantastic because, again, I think a lot of people can't do that for some reason. But knowing that you can and you do have that ability, I would use it more judiciously. Not every single note has to have huge amounts of bow. You have to think for yourself about which are the most important points in this piece? Where do I really want to emphasize? And there, use lots of bow, but not every note should get as much bow as you can possibly use. And I think that's right now inhibiting your ability to interpret the very beginning because you're going lots of bow, and I think use lots of bow, yes, but on the important notes. So the effect for the listener is that we hear that bass line coming out. Yeah, better. And another way to think of it is that there can be almost this irrational quality to how the bow gets distributed. I think there's still a part of you that wants to be sure that there's lots of bow on every note. And I think if you look at, I mean, do you take as part of what you're studying, do you take music theory courses and?
No, not really.
Ah, well, someday you probably will, and when you will, of course, you look at music in a slightly different way, right? Right? You try to analyze it, figure out what's important, what's less important, and bring a little of that sort of mindset to how you look at this. Because right now, again, it's if everything is important, nothing is important, right? We have to determine which moments we're going to bring out. One thing I would also suggest you consider, um, vibrato was almost not used in Bach's time. This piece is from almost exactly 300 years ago, 1720, and there were passages where I thought you expressed yourself beautifully without relying too much on vibrato. But I think you can play around with that even more. I hardly use any vibrato in Bach. In fact, I mean it's a simple rule, and it might not always work, but generally speaking, the closer you get to the late Romantic period, Tchaikovsky concerto, I think, was 1878 or so. But the closer you get to that, the more vibrato you use, right? And so when you're doing Bach, hardly ever. When you're playing Mozart, yeah, you use some vibrato, but it's also a very special kind of vibrato, very narrow, fast, brilliant, and like Mozart. Which have you done any Mozart concertos?
I know what they sound like, but I haven't studied
Oh,
any.
okay, but yeah, there's this very thin sort of like the opening of Mozart 5. Where the feeling we want is brilliance, whereas with the beginning of the Tchaikovsky concerto, Mozart 5 was 1775, and the Tchaikovsky concerto is almost exactly 100 years later. Yeah, it's all about warmth. So here in the Bach, it's not either brilliance of Mozart or warmth of Tchaikovsky. It's this, you got to create the impression that we're in a church and that these notes can reverberate forever. Yeah. Okay, moving on to the next idea. Please try to avoid really strange fingerings. There was one you did that is almost a little funny. It was something like I wasn't quite sure what inspired you to do that. Is that which edition are you using?
I believe
Is it
I'm not
Galamian is
sure.
one of the common ones?
I'm not sure because it doesn't really say what edition it is.
Oh, that's fine. It's just a trivia question. It's not important. If because actually what I always recommend with Bach, if possible, is to get the text, which the cover looks like this, because the text, there are no fingerings, no bowings, no editor telling you what to do. It's just scholars' best idea of what Bach actually wrote based on extensive research, and so it gets you much closer to the ideas of Bach, which I think is better. And then what I try to do from that is use the simplest possible fingering to get the idea across, with very few exceptions. Of course, every rule has its exceptions, but generally speaking, with Bach, I yeah, you can occasionally use harmonics. In fact, this same piece is a very good example of one of the places where I do like to use a harmonic. If you go forward, do you have measure numbers, by the way?
Yes.
Okay, so in measure 27, there is a moment where I do like to use a harmonic. Why? Because the note involved, the A, it comes at a very special moment. It begins a line that slowly descends, right? And it sort of starts the conclusion of the movement. So we go. And then that A, the harmonic sort of calls attention to it. And then if you follow it, it starts this line. This descending line, right? So there, I would say, yeah, use a harmonic. But here, it feels like it was just sort of added into the middle of a line. That G is not that important. I would just suggest, and if you like harmonics, which, hey, who doesn't like harmonics? Then here is a nice place to use one. Why? Because what happens there is we're turning around the tonality. We're very briefly in F major. It's sort of an implied F major, right? But here it's like, oh, I'm going to surprise you. I'm going to go back to D minor. So the harmonic is kind of neat. You see what I mean? I'm not saying never use harmonics. You can use them at very special moments, but don't just randomly stick in a harmonic just because you can, right? I mean, and also be very careful about when to use them. I saw this very old French edition of these pieces, which at the end of the one of the movements of the B minor partita, which ends like that. Lucien Capet, the French violinist from a long time ago, wanted students to go like this, all on the G string, which for Bach is pretty ridiculous. So don't be like Lucien Capet. Don't use harmonics when it just sounds kind of silly. Okay, moving on to the next thing. Yeah, as I was saying earlier, I do like how you can use the whole bow, but I wish that you would choose when to do that. Yeah, because particularly getting into the end of the first half. So in each one of those, we want to give it a little bit of weight, but then each successive half measure should have more weight and more importance than the previous one, right? Because it creates this tension because of the harmonies. So So can you try from there? And I want you to show me that you can use your bow in a judicious way, so not always using the whole bow. Okay, the bow aspect was better, although suddenly you used a lot of vibrato. I was not really crazy about that. And also, there was a G sharp that for some reason you played as a G natural. Try again. Less vibrato and with the right notes. Oh, also, I would encourage you to join the I Love Open Strings Club. Open strings can make resonance, which Bach is trying to create here, a lot easier. So that A, it ends the section. Everything that happens after it is just like a coda. So I would definitely use open string there. Yeah, because the open string will help you create the feeling that you're in a cathedral.
From the same spot.
Yeah, from the same spot. Because I also want, I mean, I like the direction you're headed in, but still, I think your tendency is to use a lot of bow all the time. And the place where you should use all the bow is. There, that's a good place to use lots of bow. But if you've used lots of bow and everything before then, it doesn't feel as special. It's like if you have a chocolate cake for every meal, you'll get diabetes and then it won't feel as special either. So no, yeah. Okay, good. Now, okay. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I was looking to see the next thing. So it's a good thing you have measure numbers. Just at the end of measure 23, so we're going into the second half now. I noticed you did one thing that you didn't always do, which is you cut off the sound at the end of a bow stroke. I sort of heard like that, like. And one of the ways we can create the illusion that we're in a cathedral when we're playing Bach is to let each note end with a very quick diminuendo, yeah, so into nothing, rather than cutting it off very cleanly and clearly. So we can give the beginnings of notes a clean articulation, but the ending should be. Yeah, I mean, if you were to stop playing there, which of course you would not do, it would just sort of fade away. Not. You see the difference? So maybe get into that a little bit from the beginning of that measure. Yeah, that was a little better, yeah. Just be sure you're not artificially cutting the sound, yeah, because we want in general this feeling that the sound is resonating after we play each note, which we can do by yeah, sort of letting the bow, letting the instrument resonate as much as it can. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's better. You get the idea, right? Okay. Moving on to the corrente or courant, however it's printed in your music. I have it in your text, it's actually using the Italian titles. Um, I would, it was good for what it was. You were doing the bowing that a lot of people do, which is not Bach's bowing. If you go back to the original, it's separate bows, which seems like it would be insanely difficult. You're doing it hooked, da 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 da. I'll show you what Bach wrote. And believe it or not, it actually works. Yeah, so why does it work? Because Bach was, believe it or not, quite a genius. And I think he actually knew more about the violin than many generations of editors who changed his music with bowings that they thought were better. They're actually not better. What Bach thought of was this idea that if you go and you don't do anything fancy, you're going to start at the frog and end at the tip, right? So you're at the tip, and then he gives you the whole measure to get back to the frog. You're at the frog, and now you do separate bows. You're again at the tip. And then you're at the frog. So if you follow his bowings, it actually works. I wonder, do you, from the printed music that you have, is it clear which are Bach's bowings and which are the editor's suggestions, or it's not clear?
Actually, my edition has no bowings.
Well, how did you come up with the?
It's the Perlman's bowings.
Oh, it's Perlman. Well, when he was playing Bach. In fact, a lot of his Bach recordings are from a very long time ago. He's actually he's about, I think, 75 now. And in those days, there was a different aesthetic about how to play Bach, and there was less of a concern with, let's get the Urtext edition, let's figure out what Bach originally meant. And I mean, Itzhak Perlman's one of the greatest, if not the greatest violinist ever, don't get me wrong. And it's a very special way of playing Bach that he makes it work. But these days, that whole aesthetic is disappearing very quickly and is being replaced with the idea that, well, we should try to find out what Bach originally wanted. And these days, you even have composers as late as Brahms being played on so-called period instruments with historically informed performance practice. I'm not sure if I agree with that. I kind of like the romantic conception we have of the music of Johannes Brahms. But I think with Bach, it's a good idea to learn as much as we can from people who dedicate their lives to studying how was music performed 300 years ago. What were the sounds like? What can we do with modern instruments to come as close to that aesthetic as possible? And the result is something very different from what Itzhak Perlman did. Now, what he did is fantastic, but he's also Itzhak Perlman, so. Try it once with so basically the first measure is up bow, and here your down bow, and then all separate bows. So it's down, up, down, up, down, up, down, and then up bow, and then up bow for 8 notes, down bow for 1 note. Try, see what happens. Yeah, you're getting it. You see, one of the reasons I love this for you especially is because you have this magical ability that 10% of violin students in the world have to use all the bow. And doing Bach's original bowing really forces you to have to think about bow distribution, right? Because if you try to use all the bow, it'll be you can't. So what Bach wants is you use slightly more bow on the down bows than the up bows, right? So without ever doing an accent, you end up at the tip, and then you can do. Yeah, and it works. Try it. Okay, good. I can see you understand the idea. Now is when I give you the real challenge. I think you should do one of two things. You should either do that bowing, which is Bach's original bowing, or you can do the bowing that you were doing, but make it sound exactly like Bach's original bowing, which is much harder. Because what happens when we hook the bow, like what you were doing, it's a very different character than if you do. It makes it much softer, much more elegant, and there's a sort of a nice crispness to it. Whereas if you do the hooked bowing, ta 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 ta, it becomes almost martial, like soldiers or something, and that's really not the character. Just a few minor notes. Measure 29, I think you played a wrong note, and I have E flat at the end of the measure. I think you did something like that, but it should be E flat throughout the measure. Yeah. Yeah, and then something strange happened in measure 51. I wasn't quite sure. Do you want to do the last couple lines and see what that was? Okay, yeah, I'm not sure. There was something strange the first time in measure 51. And then the only thing I would say about the very end, that was a lot of retardando. That was enough retardando for me to think that this is the last piece anyone will ever play on violin before we all leave the planet and go to Mars because the asteroid's coming or something. I mean, it was really a lot of retard. I think a little bit is okay, but that was too much. So like maybe something like that. Remember, you've only done 2 movements. In theory, you've got 3 movements left, right? So that's the kind of retard you'll do at the end of the chicone, not at the end of this corrente. Make sense? Good. Have you done so? Are you going to go on to the rest of the partita?
Sure, yeah.
I think you should. It would be fun. Now, how much? What concerti have you done?
Group concert.
Bruch? Because you know what some people do, and I mean, this is something I think, of course, your teacher should decide. Some people have you learn the first 4 movements as a set and then come back and do the chicone a couple years in the future. That's also fine. But because actually the first 4 movements work very well together because they're all fairly short, they're all beautiful, and the chicone is longer than all 4 of them put together, which is kind of strange. But just to give you some ideas, moving forward, because let's say you do the Sarabanda and the Jig fairly soon. The Sarabanda, for instance, I would recommend starting up bow because the Sarabanda, the 1 is the downbeat, of course, and then 2. Think of 2 in a sarabanda as the most interesting beat, and then 3 you don't have to feel at all. So when I studied this with my teacher at Juilliard, for instance, he counted 1, 2, 1, 2, which actually brings up something that I think you should think about whenever you play Bach, is the idea of pulse structure, which is something else that he gave to me. This idea that instead of counting inside your head like a metronome, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, like that, instead of that, think of each beat as having a character that comes from the music. And when you think of the beats as having different characters, different weights, different importances, that helps with playing the music. How you count to yourself will determine how you play. So if, for instance, let's take the saraband. If let's say you were to hear me play it and I were to count 1, 2, 3, 1, like that, it would be like a little bit mechanical. But if you think 1, 2, 1, 2, then it becomes Yeah, and the same thing with the jig, that even though the jig is in four, it shouldn't be one, two, three, four. Yeah. So, and you can apply that, what I was just mentioning, to the alemanda and the corrente as well. Like for the alemanda, you know, we could count it. Like if I were to try to imitate how you played it the first time, I would say 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Pretty much each number sounding the same. But maybe one thing we could do as an experiment, because we do have a little bit of time, if you could say for me, count the numbers, the beats of the allemande from the beginning, but count them with some feeling. Yeah, count them in a way that reflects what you think is the relative importance of each beat.
One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. One.
Good. Yeah, I liked that. Now play it like that. Oh, okay. I'll actually, that time, somehow that was different from how you counted it, and that you really gave a big accent to beats 1 and 3 of every measure. And actually, I didn't hear you give such a big accent to 1 and 3 when you were counting. They were a little bit more important, yeah, but not, you exaggerated it when you played. I think one thing to think too is, how does the beat change while it's going on? And for instance, let's take the beat 1 of the first measure versus beat 1 of the second measure. For beat 1 of the first measure, I would say 1. For beat 1 of the second measure, I would say 1. Yeah, because it's like it wants to go to the B flat that we get on beat 2 of the second measure. So I would go from the beginning of Allemande, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Play again and think about how the beats change as they're going on, because most of the notes in this movement are sixteenths, so most beats have 4 notes in them, and not every beat has the most important of those 4 notes as the first one. Okay, good. Yeah. For instance, I liked that very much, but one suggestion I was have, beat 3 of the second measure, you gave more importance to the C sharp, the first note. I would give more importance to the A, the second note of that beat. Why? Because the A completes the pattern of the bass line that we're going to hear in the chaconne. So it's da 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 ya da 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 da. It's almost like the third beat starts a 16th note too late. Try it that way. See what happens. Yeah, something like that. That was a little bit exaggerated, but I mean, that's, you're headed in the right direction. The idea is to, yeah, how to make something interesting that has almost always the same rhythm. Everything in this movement, sixteenths and 30 seconds almost, yeah, and then with a few exceptions. So you really have to pay attention to the harmony. You have to pay attention to how does the line move? Does it move by step or skip? Does it emphasize a dissonance? Does the most important note of the chord land on the beat, or as we just saw, just after the beat? Um, but yeah, I like the work you've done, and I hope you keep going at least until the fourth movement of the partita, and then of course come back to the chaconne um, when you feel ready, or when your teacher feels you're ready. Any questions?
So should I put vibrato in this, or like just like very little, or is it better if just like none at all?
I like to practice Bach without vibrato and then ask myself the question, where do I really miss it? It's kind of the opposite approach you would use to practicing something by Brahms, where you play everything without vibrato and then I'm sorry, you play everything with vibrato, and then at the end of the process, maybe you decide, well, I like using a slightly slower vibrato here, or maybe this one note I'll do without vibrato. So you see what I mean? You have like a default setting of no vibrato, and then try it. You play it for yourself, and then you think, where do I really miss it? Where would a little vibrato add a lot? And it becomes so much more meaningful than when it's used all the time. Because I mean, this was pieces from 1720. Mozart's father, several decades later, was still saying things like vibrato is a cheap trick used by circus performers. So, I mean, it was quite a while after Bach's lifetime before people started really doing a lot of vibrato. In fact, it wasn't until Fritz Kreisler, who just died in 1962, that violinists started to be expected to vibrate pretty much all the time. Before him, even very famous violinists did not vibrate every single note. And even Chrysler, of course, when I say that he vibrated, I mean it wasn't like every single note was the same kind of vibrato, because that's another interesting thing too that we could talk about if you were to play something by the Bruch, for instance. You mentioned you played the Bruch concerto. The Bruch concerto is a great way to experiment with many different vibratos. You should vibrate every note, sure, but in very different ways depending on the mood. And that's like a whole separate conversation. With Bach, very occasionally. And actually, that's in the Allemande, the Carente, and the Jig. I almost don't do any vibrato. In the Sarabanda, the slowest of the first four movements, yeah, there are a few places where maybe a tiny bit of vibrato helps. But another advantage to trying to practice without vibrato is it's like if you remove the vibrato as a tool from your toolkit, it forces you to be more expressive with the bow, which is something you can end up applying to all of your repertoire, right? Any other questions, concerns? These days, what else are you working on besides Bach?
I'm working on the whole book concerto. Yeah.
Oh, the whole Bruch?
Yeah.
All three movements. Good. Yeah. Well, then, even without you playing it for me, that would be my one piece of advice that, yeah, that's a piece where you use a lot of vibrato. But I want you to think about vibrato when in a piece like that where it's appropriate, not like I have my good vibrato and it is very good and beautiful and it is nice and I like it and other people like it, but you want to develop many good vibratos. There are so many moods and emotions that piece tries to create in our ears, our minds, our hearts. And as the violinist, we have to come up with many different kinds of vibrato: slow, fast, wide, narrow, which part of the finger touches the string, and then how to combine that with the bow so that you have many many sounds. In fact, I think I mentioned this in a class earlier this week that I heard a recital in Indianapolis when I was visiting my parents of a prize winner in the International Violin Competition of Indianapolis. And as I told my dad, the worst thing I could say about this guy was that he had a good sound. You don't want someone to think that about your playing, that she has a good sound. You should have many, many good sounds, right? And then each of your sounds is appropriate to that composer and that moment and that piece.
Do you have any like exercises to practice vibrato?
Oh, yes, I do. I have 68 of them. Are you going to be in either of my two technique classes by any chance?
Yes.
Okay,
The
then remind me to go through them because in this particular class with you, we have like 4 minutes, and that's very quick to go through 68 vibrato exercises. So, yeah, we'll have to do that in one of the technique classes. So, well, for now, I will let you go, and I'll make a note of being sure to do the. In fact, I think it's right after this. So those of you who are interested in the 68 vibrato exercises, I'll be sure to mention that as in the technique class that's coming up.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Congratulations, Kaitlyn. Good job. Thank you so much, William. I hope we have more time to chit chat, but you have a
Well,
class. You have
right. Bye.
the technique class later. Okay. Thank you, William.
Bye.
Bye. So thank you everyone for watching this morning sessions of the Strings Masterclass. We will be back again live later at 2 o'clock in the afternoon here at the Manila Symphony Orchestra Music Academy YouTube channel. You may also catch the other solo and chamber master classes at the Manila Symphony Orchestra YouTube channel and the Manila Symphony Junior Orchestra YouTube channel. So for now, we'll say goodbye and we'll see you later. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to our afternoon session of the String Masterclass series here at the Summer Out There 2021 International Music Festival. So for today, we are live here at the Manila Symphony Orchestra Music Academy for this masterclass series. We are also live streaming simultaneously across our three channels. So the other channels are the Manila Symphony Orchestra YouTube channel and the Manila Symphony Junior Orchestra channel. So you can catch the other solo and chamber music master classes in those channels as well. All right, so without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first teacher this afternoon, Mr. Maurice Ivan Saraza. After winning first prize at the National Music Competition of Young Artists at the age of 15, Ivan has been performing as a soloist, collaborating with professional musicians in chamber music, playing at master classes with internationally acclaimed artists. From 2002 to 2004, Ivan toured as a member of the Asian Youth Orchestra to Asian countries such as Hong Kong, China, Japan, Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore, and the Philippines. In 2005, he went to New York to study at the Nyack University. He had played at some of the important venues for performing arts such as the Alice Tilly Hall and the Remembering of the 9/11 at the New York Public Library in Fifth Avenue, to name a few. He was mentored by Gert Kumi and subsequently by Stephen Clapp, the Dean Emeritus of the Juilliard School of Music. Ivan resided in Singapore for 9 years, from 2010 to 2019, teaching violin individually or group and conducting string ensemble in a local primary school. In 2019, Ivan joined the Manila Symphony Orchestra as the viola principal. He is part of the Manila Symphony Junior Orchestra, Manila Symphony Orchestra Academy, and the Philippine Women's University as a violin and viola faculty. So once again, I'd like to welcome this afternoon our teacher, Mr. Maurice Ivan Saraza, and our student who will be playing for him this afternoon is Kristen Makam, and she will be playing the third movement of Site's Concerto Number 5.
All right. Hello. Good afternoon.
Afternoon po.
Okay. You can start anytime. that was good, Kirsten. Kirsten, right? Not Kristen.
Kirsten,
Uh,
not Kirsten.
Kirsten. Okay. Oh, that was very good, actually. I feel nararamdaman ko na you know this piece well. Okay. All right. Just one thing. Kaso yung bow mo masyadong ah parang nakapatong lang sa string.
Ah,
Okay?
okay.
You have to put some weight on your arm.
Okay.
Okay? Para rinig na rinig ka, you know? You must fill the room with your fill the room with your music. Okay? All right?
Alright.
Okay, can you try one more time from beginning? And can you play a little bit slower? And I want you to emphasize every note. All right? Keep the weight of your arm sustain sound, okay?
Okay.
Okay, slower, you know. We're not trying to play it fast yet, okay? Well, our goal here now is to keep the sound good, all right? And even, okay? So you have to slow it down. All right, that was good. All right, okay? So you have to feel the weight of your arm, okay? All right? Don't lift up your bow, okay? And then one more thing, it will be helpful if your fingers at the right hand it's a little bit low,
Okay.
not too high. Because if it's high, it's like you're lifting your bow up.
Mm.
So we need some weight. Yeah, we need some sound, right? So you have to put it down a little bit. All right, all right. Can you try one more time? Slower, as in slow. Yeah. That's very good. Okay, can you continue? Slow. Don't rush. Okay, don't play it in a tempo. Very slow.
Got it.
All right. Now here you're playing it slow, so you have to play it longer bow. Right. Right. All right. And then careful with the 16 notes. 16 notes is getting too soft.
Too soft. Okay po.
Too soft. Okay. All right. So can you play this way? Don't play it staccato yet. Spiccato. All right. More bow. All right. Then keep the sound from frog to the tip. Okay.
Okay po.
All right. And then all right. That's a lot better. Now here uh I see your bow
Okay po.
is closer to the fingerboard.
More on the
Yeah.
sounding point.
Yes, correct. You have to remember this, okay? You know it already. You know how you know that you have to put your bow on the sounding point. All right? It will be helpful for your sound, okay? Because the sounding point that's the easiest place to play it good. All right? Okay, from beginning again. All right? great. Okay. Did you hear your sound? Did you listen to your sound that you're producing? It's a lot better, right? Okay. So keep on practicing that way, slow first. And then one thing that I noticed also, you're rushing on the 16 notes.
Yeah.
Okay. You're rushing on the 16 notes. Huh? Tiri tiri. Tiri tiri. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Watermelon. Uh, yes. Watermelon. Okay. All right. All right. Can I hear from the first 16 note? All right. Okay. One more time. Huh? Okay. You always rush on the first 16 notes. Eh? Pa 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 pa. You're doing like that. No. Tiri tiri. Watermelon. Okay. Right. Yes. Okay. As simple as that. Don't make it even harder to play. Okay? Mabilis na nga. Tapos, bibilisan mo pa. Okay? Alright? Another thing is from here. There, that's good. That's good. Yes, more control. Now, next one. No, there's no slur there. Oh, no. The first two notes are not clear. And it's rushing. Yes, it's tiri tiri. Alright? Not tiri tiri. Alright? Tiri tiri. Watermelon. Not watermelon. Watermelon. No, watermelon.
Okay.
Yeah? Alright? Alright, and then next is this one. Oh, don't rush, don't rush. Watermelon. Yes, okay. Then the next one, the longer note, a longer phrase. Oh, wait. There's a crescendo there, okay? So which one is the strongest note? D or A? Re or La?
Re. Since
Re is the strongest one. This is the start of the crescendo.
wala pala, since it's
Yeah, this one, huh? Which one is the strongest? Which note?
because it's the last
Okay, what note is that?
la yeah la. Ah.
Yes, it's La. It's La. Okay. All right. That's A. Okay. So that's the strongest, huh? But a while ago you just played. No. Huh? Keep the crescendo on. The strongest one is A. Ti ta 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 ti ta 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 pa. All right. All right. The strongest one is A. Huh? Don't push back. I don't don't step back on the A. Move forward. Tita, 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 ta. All right, and then it's long. There's a thing on top of the note. What is that? What is that called?
Wait, I remember.
It's like an eye. Para siyang mata. What does it call? Aha.
It's like it comes a dotted note, right?
There's parang mata siya. What do you call that? It's called fermata.
Okay.
Okay, fermata means you have to play it longer than it should be, okay?
Okay, but
All right? Okay. So yan kailangan mo alam mo lahat dapat na nakasulat sa pyesa, okay? All right? By heart. Okay? Okay? Hindi lang siya decoration. All right? It helps to sound more interesting your performance, okay? All right? Okay? But I love how you do the retardando. Okay? Alam mo yung retardando?
It's like when you're slowing down a bit.
Yes, gradually getting slower. Okay, kala ko hindi mo alam, ginagawa mo, hindi mo alam. All right? Okay, another thing, all right? Okay, I love how the character works. You play, all right? But you just need more sound, okay? You know, make sure your violin, your strings, and your bow meet up. All right, okay? Another thing is the second part of this piece, the menomoso, especially this. All right, okay? It's long sound. If you notice, the rhythm change also. The first part is it's more on 16 notes, right? And 8 notes. But this one, the menomoso, it's more on which notes? What type of notes?
Half? Wait.
Doesn't have.
The,
You don't have the piece there?
I know po.
Wala.
We just have to remember it.
Okay, next time when you do masterclass, you bring your piece, okay? Kasi we're gonna break it down So you have to know, you have to see also. All right. Anyway, it's more on quarter notes, 8 notes. Yeah, it's more on quarter notes and 8 notes and dotted quarter. So it's longer. Just looking at the piece, the first part is more 16 notes. It's quite fast. All right. The second part is more on the quarter note or dotted quarter. So this is a little bit slow. Okay. So here, and it's called menomoso.
Reading like
Me-
slowly.
Yes, it's a little bit slower. Okay. All right. And then this is the singing part of the part of this piece. All right. So move your bow. All right. Okay. Can you try that part with GJ? 2 bars before or 3 bars. All right, okay, don't rush. Don't rush. Okay? Pam 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 pa pa. Okay? All right? Keep your bow on the string. Weight of your arm. All right, okay. You can stop now. Pahina ka ng pahina eh. if you look at the note, if you look at your piece, it started with piano, soft. Okay? All right? Then after that there's a little crescendo going to MF. What is MF?
That's a forte. So like
What?
gradually loud.
Yes, its crescendo is gradually getting louder, and then it's going to MF, mezzo forte, medium strong.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Ikaw pahina ka eh. Alright?
Okay, so louder.
Alright, yes, a little bit louder, stronger. Now here, you need to move your bow. Sustain. Sustain your bow. Yung dotted quarter mo, it's a little bit short. Alright? This is a melodious part. Huh? Don't butcher the note. Okay? Don't cut cut the note. Tapak. Parang nagkakat ng lechon eh. Tatak. No. Pa, right? You just stop your bow, but no stop. No, there's no, parang nagda-drive ka. All right? When you step on the brake too hard and it's sudden, papaganon ka, di ba? All right? Okay? Just step on it smoothly. There's no dead. All right? Okay, try one more time with GJ. Don't rush. More bow. More bow. Now crescendo to forte. More bow. All right. Okay, stop. Okay. All right. So work on it. Okay. How long have you been playing this piece?
Over a month na po?
Over a month. Okay. So keep on practicing this.
Okay.
All right. Keep your bow on the string. Okay. Wag mo ililift yung bow. You have to put some weight of your arm. Okay? You have to feel that. Okay? So let's do a little bit exercise there. All right? Just put your bow on the G string. Place your bow on your G string. And then just exaggerate your elbow down. All right? You have to feel that your arm is very lazy. All right? Pag lazy ka, diba? Parang you put your right arm lower. All right? Then transfer it to your hand. There. Okay? So try one more time. Then up bow. Legato, very legato. No lifting of your bow. Don't lift your bow. There. Okay. Do you hear your sound? It's very full. All right. D string then. Ganon. Yes. Good. A string. Good. E string. All right. Okay. You hear it? Okay. Now, can you try a little slower? Just that part. No. You're doing like this. It's This one is more melodious, okay? All right, the longer sound, longer phrasing. All right. All right, that was great. That was a lot better. Okay, and then put more weight on your forte and crescendo, and then your forte.
Okay po.
All right.
Okay.
So you practice it that way first. Okay. Get used on the natural weight of your arm. Transfer it to your hand to your bow.
Okay.
All right, and then sustain the sound. All right, kasi after that it's going back to
Tempo.
the fun part. All right, sorry, no. All right, okay, and then after that is the double stops. You have to dig in there.
Yeah.
All right,
More weight.
don't mind the MF. Play it forte.
Okay.
Okay, then there's a little mirror sound. Then piano. All right.
Okay po.
Okay? Kasi para siyang kote, it's gonna end. It sounded like it's ending, right? It's very exciting,
Yeah. It's
right? It's very exciting. It's double stops, okay? And it's in triplet,
oh, yes, triple sounds.
all right? So can I hear the double stop? Pa 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 pi, pa 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 pa. More bow. Crescendo. Crescendo, all right? You forgot your crescendo. Okay, from here. All right? Okay, from there. Continue. All right, there's an accent. Tenuto. All right, there's an accent on every note. Okay, and this tenuto. Tenuto means what? You have to emphasize it. Okay. All right.
Yes po.
Okay. Now here. Okay, we ran out of time. Now here. Number one is your sound. Okay. All right. You should be heard. Okay. This is a concerto. Like I'm always telling to my student, concerto is especially for violin or viola concerto for one instrument. You should be heard all the time. Okay? Even though, kasi usually concerto is accompanied by an orchestra.
Yeah.
Okay? How many piece is has an orchestra? Right? Marami. Okay? So you should be heard all the time. Okay? So practice your open string. Put some weight.
Okay, wait.
All right? Weight on down bow and up bow. All right? Then apply it to your pieces. Apply it to your etude. Apply it to your scales.
Okay.
Do you play scales?
Yes po. When I first practice, usually I do like G major. Usually.
Every day? Every day. It's supposed to be every day. Para siyang vitamins. Do you take vitamins every day?
Ah, yes po.
Okay. Para siyang vitamins in scales. Okay. You can start doing that slow bow on your G major scale. Every note should be good sound, full sound. All right, very legato, so that you can get used to it. Then feel the movement of your right arm. Okay, feel it. Okay,
Feel.
because learning an instrument, especially violin, viola, cello, both instruments, it's more of the feel. Okay, all right. Anyway, nice meeting you.
Thank you po.
That's good.
Yes.
All right, any questions?
Wala naman po.
All right, just keep on practicing, huh?
Thank you po.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Congratulations, Kristen. Thank you, Sir Ivan. Thank
Okay,
you
bye
for
bye.
today.
No
Bye. We'll see you
problem.
again tomorrow.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, for our next teacher, we have Mr. Diomedes Sarasa Jr. Diomedes,
Hello.
hello. Welcome again
Hello,
to the
everyone.
Masterclass series. Diomedes Sarasa Jr. received both of his Bachelor of Music and Master of Music degree from the Juilliard School in 2015. During his time at Juilliard, Mr. Sarasa was the recipient of the Irene Diamond Graduate Fellowship, Ruth Katzman Scholarship, Juilliard Alumni Scholarship, and the CV Star Scholarship. He also served as assistant concertmaster of Juilliard Orchestra and Juilliard Lab Orchestra. In 2015, Mr. Sarasa was accepted to pursue Master of Musical Arts degree at Yale University. Today, Mr. Sarasa is an avid educator on top of being a performer. He is a graduate professor of the St. Scholastica's College and violin faculty of the Manila Symphony Junior Orchestra in cooperation with Standard Insurance's Pursuit of Excellence program. All right, once again, I'd like to welcome Mr. Diomedes Sarasa and the student who will play for him today is Natasha Cadence Adasa, and she will be playing Concertina in D major, Opus 15, first movement by Kuckler.
Sasha. Okay, so can you hear me? Okay. What? First of all, how old are you, and who is your teacher? Sorry, I can't hear you that clearly. Okay. 14, teacher Virna? Daniel. Okay, okay. Daniel. Teacher Daniel. Okay, well, first of all, very good. Okay, I really love the clarity of your sound. And I think you have the spirit of this piece that you're playing. Okay? One of the things that I really notice is your right hand. Okay, it's very good. Very good. But I think you should use more lower half and frog. Okay, you tend to stay in the middle and upper half. So I think you should definitely take advantage of your full bow. So beginning, pum 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 pum, go up to the lower half. Dun 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 dun. So right now you have a good sound. I really like the sound. So I want you to maintain the quality of the sound that you have, but for now I want you to work on going towards the lower half. Can you play the first 3 bars of this piece? Not bad. Okay, stop. I'll give you an example, so you know what I mean. Okay, so go up to here, not here. Here, lower half, and this is the frog. But you can do lower half. So again, I want you to create a phrase. When there's a repeated note, you never want to play that the same. You never want to play it as... No, there should be a direction. So I would say you go to the third beat. Bum 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 dun 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 dun. And here same. Bum 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 bum. Okay, so then go towards the lower half. Okay, can you try to imitate that for now? Lower half. Lower half, lower half. Go here. Yes, okay? So, keep that in mind, okay? You have to work on it. But make sure you use the full bow. Okay? And then now, let's talk about how you start. Whenever you start, you need to give a clear cue. You know what a cue is? Yes. It should be related to the tempo. You need to breathe first. So for this one, there's a pickup, right? So 3, 4, dun 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 dun. So I would cue. I always pay attention to my scroll, and then that's how I know I'm breathing well. So 1, 2. Okay, 1 and. So I need you to do that for me. Okay, can you try it? Try to
Recording
breathe
in
and give a
progress.
cue. Not bad. Not bad, but make sure you're in the... Don't start here. Why here? No, here. Middle and lower half. So again, 1 and. Try to imitate me right now. 1 and. 1 and. 1. Yes. Okay, try it. That's better. Okay, but the cue, I think Teacher Daniel can explain that to you more. Okay, so now, do you have your music with you, or do you have the piece with you? Okay, you have it. Okay, do you have dynamics? Like forte, piano? Yes? Okay, do you have dynamics? Yeah, forte, piano in your part? Sorry, I can't hear you. You need to speak up. Okay, so there are markings, dynamic markings in your part, right? So, you have to pay attention to that. So, the beginning is forte, right? And then once you get here, you have forte. And then the echo, piano. Does it say piano in your part? Okay, so you need to play that piano. Pay attention to the dynamics. Okay, can you start from here? One, and. Bravo! Okay, so the first time you played it, I didn't hear any difference. Why? Huh? Why? I miss the piano. Okay? You know, it's not so exciting when everything is just loud. You want different kinds of character, and one of the biggest process of creating a character is looking at the dynamics, right? So if there's forte, now you have to ask yourself what kind of forte. Okay, so the beginning, this is forte, right? Is this a happy or a sad forte? Yes, happy, right? So that means you need to be happier. Okay, have a little bit of smile like that, and then your right hand should also. So when you think that when you want to play this as a happy forte, that means your right hand should be happy as well. So everything, every character, every dynamic comes from the right hand. Because if you play like this, and you see, there's a big difference because of the right hand, how I'm using it. Okay, so now, go back to the beginning, and I want you to be happy. Happy forte. And full bow. Really make sure you go, well, not full bow, go towards the lower half. Okay, and remember to cue, at least try to move. Okay? Bravo! Okay? That's much better. You need to make sure, you need to have character. Whenever you play any piece, there's always a character. Okay? So, always ask yourself, happy, sad, happy, sad. Okay, if it's sad, that means your right hand needs to be sad as well. That's usually slower bow, right? Legato if it's a slow movement. Okay? And another comment that I would say from the beginning is I think you shouldn't have to play too détaché. It's too connected. I want it to have just for now, I want you to play it with a little bit of separation. So because I want it to sound happy. You never want to sound happy as you want. That's a different sound. Okay, can you try to imitate that? This stroke? And then a little bit lighter. Okay? Try it. Crescendo. Pam, 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 pam. Remember the repeated notes. Crescendo. Pam, 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 da, 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 da. One more time from beginning. And make sure you don't stay here. Go up to here. Okay, but do a crescendo in the repeated notes. One more time. I like the stroke now. Okay, stop. Very good. Okay, I like that. Okay, so try to work with it with teacher Daniel. What kind of character and what kind of stroke you want. Okay? Okay, now, another comment. String crossing. Do you know what string crossing is? Okay, so we have a lot of ants in our music. You know what I mean by ants? So let's say bar 13. This one. So many notes. 16th notes. Right? It looks like ants to me. My teacher used to say, there's so many ants in your part. Okay? And that's usually very, very, very hard for us to play. Right? So, one comment that I want to work with you here is the string crossing. Okay? It's a little bit delay. Don't use too much elbow. So, use minimal movement. So, start with this arm. When you're doing a string crossing, Pay attention to how I'm doing it. Look. You see, it's just this. I don't use my entire elbow. That's dancing. You don't want to dance. You want to play violin, right? So can you try this for now? These two notes. Okay, open string, open string. That's okay. Yes, okay. So use a little bit of this, not too soft on the wrist. Just make sure it's still compact, and it's like you're saying bye bye. Okay, try it. That's it. Okay, and then you can use a little bit more arm. Don't be shy with the arm. It's just the elbow. My problem is the elbow. That's what slows you down. Okay, so use a little bit of arm with that. Try it. Yes. Okay, so now remember that feeling. Okay, start from. Can you play that? Brava! Okay, so remember that. Okay, remember when there's string crossing, don't panic. That's the first thing you want to remember. Don't panic. It's gonna be okay, and don't use too much elbow. Okay, too much elbow will slow you down. This is too much. Okay, okay. Now, bow distribution. Let's talk about bow distribution on your right hand. Bow distribution is basically a strategy how you're gonna use your bow, right? So when you have a crescendo, for instance, bar 15. So starting from here, bar 14, and then here, bar 15. Do you have a crescendo there on your part? Okay, crescendo. Pay attention to how I'm using my right hand. I'm aiming towards this. So that's bow distribution. That means a stronger up bow going towards this way. So okay, you never want to do just here. Okay, can you start for bar 15? Not too fast. Can you play it as... And I really want you to exaggerate the crescendo and going towards the frog. Okay? Better. That's better. Okay? One more time. Do it a little bit slower so that you can pay attention to how you're using your bow. Bravo. Okay, and now a little bit faster. Very good. Okay, so now you can do that at home. You can work on that. Okay, so I want you to remember during our class now, this is how you should practice. You should always ask yourself how you're gonna do things. So you can divide it into three things. Right hand, left hand, and then posture. Posture is basically breathing and also how you're holding your violin. Okay? On the camera, your violin, it looks good, but I think you can raise it up a little bit more. Pay attention to how you're using your scroll. A little bit higher, yeah. Maybe because of the camera angle you have to do this. But for now, I want you to really make sure that your scroll is up, especially in the loud parts. Okay, so for instance, same place. Crescendo. You see, I'm really high on my violin position here. And then piano. And then forte. See, it's more interesting. Okay, now, With all of that in mind, can you try from here? And remember, don't panic when it's hard. Just make sure you have a good tempo. It doesn't have to be so fast. Okay, pick a tempo that you can do, and make sure good sound, and do a crescendo. Okay, try it. Keep going. Oh, no. Exaggerate the piano. It's the echo. Dun, da, 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 dun. That means less right hand. Dun, da, da, da. I really want you to exaggerate for now. Okay? Try from... Yeah. Try from that part. And then here, forte. Forte. Okay. Forte, piano, forte. I need to hear it. I'm not hearing the piano and I'm not hearing the forte. One more time. Oh, lower half, lower half, lower half. Don't stay in the middle. Remember, repeated notes, that means you need to go to the lower half. Okay, one more time from, but that's better. That's better. And now I hear the dynamics. Okay, try from the bar 19. Keep going. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Just pay attention to what you're doing, and I'll tell you to stop. Okay, keep playing. Okay. Okay, so this is what you call a sequence. Okay, this part is a sequence. That means the same pattern, but it keeps going up and up and up. It can also be going down for some pieces. But for this one, you have a little bit higher, a little bit higher, and then this is the loudest. And also pay to how your ants are going. Some of the ants are going this way, some of the ants are going up way. Ants are notes, by the way. Okay, you might don't look for ants on your part. Okay, actual ants. Okay, notes. That means going down, going up. Okay, so start from here, bar 26. No, bar 27 with the pickup. So start small there, and then do a crescendo. And then here. And then here, fortissimo. Fortissimo. That means really loud. Okay? Bar 27 with the pickup, please. Okay. Not bad, but you're making it so hard for yourself. Remember, you have to go to the frog, lower half. Okay, pay attention to your bow. Okay? Which one is the heaviest part? The top one or the bottom one? Yes, the bottom, right? So when when something is getting louder and louder and louder and louder, that means you need more gravity, you need more pressure, right? And the violin bow is designed to have a lower bottom, so that you can have more gravity and more sound. That means that means you have to go more towards the lower half, especially when it's loud. Okay, I always tell my students. So what you did was I heard the crescendo, but I didn't hear the actual fortissimo because you ran out of bow. You're just here. That's too artificial. You want it to be natural. You want the natural weight of the bow to help you. So you should be here in the lower half. Okay? Can you try it again from 27 and really make sure that you're going towards this lower half? Lower half. That's better. Okay? That's better. Okay? I will take that rather than you staying in the middle and trying to do a crescendo. Okay? That's one of the golden rules actually. Yeah, if you're my student, I always tell my student there's the golden rule. If there's a crescendo, that means you go to the lower half. Most of the time. Maybe 96.78% of the time. Okay, Natasha? Okay, do you like this piece?
Yes, but I think
Do you like practicing? Do you like practicing?
I think everyone but that
Okay, well, for practicing, my suggestion is always do it a little bit slower, but with intention. Okay, when you do a slow practicing, that means you need to think more. Okay, don't just play, slower just for the sake of doing slow because your teacher told you. No, when you do a slow tempo, you should enjoy the process. So here, if I really want to pay attention to how I'm using my right hand, I will slow it down. But still, the quality of the sound should be amazing, right? Should be as beautiful as like you're performing. Okay, so when you're practicing, okay, try to pay attention to how you're practicing and the process. Enjoy the process of really learning something. And like I said, focus on three things only: right hand, left hand, and posture. Three things only. Okay, three things to think about. Okay, so once you know what you want to focus on, let's say the right hand, and for this master class, I want you to really make sure that you use your lower half. Make sure you use lower half. Breathe when you start. Okay, and make sure pay attention to your right hand when you're practicing slow. Okay, your left hand is very good. Intonation is great. Okay, and yeah, and then for this piece, okay, just talking about this piece, dynamics. Definitely dynamics. Need to be more interesting. Forte, piano, mysterious. What's going on? Crescendo, crescendo, telling a story. Okay, you're always telling a story when you're playing any piece, any piece. Okay, so any questions, Natasha? Wala naman. Okay. All right, Natasha, nice to meet you and keep it up. Okay, you're very good. And congratulations.
Diba?
You're
All right.
welcome.
Congratulations, Sachi. So we have our next student who will still be playing for Sergio. Our next student is Lay Resurrection, and she will be playing the second and third movement of Bach's Concerto in A minor.
All right, Lay. Very
Okay.
good.
Sir Dio, time out.
Ano nangyari?
Lay, let's fix your sound. Can we fix your audio? Are you using a laptop or a
Laptop
tablet?
po.
Okay, so naka-enable ba yung original sound mo?
Yes po.
Yung suppress background noise.
Low po.
Naka-low naman. Sige. Okay, sige.
Okay naman siya sa akin.
Okay naman.
Oo, actually.
Okay. Kanina medyo nagka-crackle yung sound niya sa medyo may crackle.
Talaga.
Sige. Okay.
Alright.
Okay, continue.
Alright, continue. Alright, Lay. Okay, how are you?
Okay lang po.
Okay lang? Okay, very good. First of all, how old are you and who's your teacher, Lay?
I'm 15 years old po and my teacher is Sir Jeff Isalan.
Okay, good, Jeff. Alright. Well, congratulations. This is one of my favorite pieces, actually. And I think you had the spirit for it, especially in the third movement. How festive. It needs to be very lively. Okay? You had the lively sound. Okay? I really appreciate that. And then second movement also had some beautiful lines and tones. Okay? So, I have a few comments. So, for the second movement, I will break it down. Second movement muna tayo ngayon. Okay? So, for the second movement, Andante, I like your tempo. Of course, recorded yung accompaniment, kaya kailangan ikaw mag-adjust, diba? But, even so, if you play with the MP3 or accompaniment, you still need to create your phrases and be more elaborate with your phrases kahit na medyo limited ka. Okay? And napansin ko yung right hand mo, ang raming division. Legato, connect lines. Okay? So one example, the beginning. I don't want to hear not yet. Sa third movement yon. Okay, here it's still the 3 by 3, pero gusto ko connected. Pay attention to the first note, the notes per beat. Okay? Can you try from the beginning and try to pay attention to your right hand? Okay? Very good, very good. Okay? Now, your sound there, it's a little bit too present. Huh? What we want here is, okay, so for each sound, kailangan may iba-ibang vowels. Merong a, e, I, o, u. Okay? O. For this one, it should be a little bit on the o sound. Okay? Kahit na bright siya. I don't want you don't want that. Right? So, how do we achieve an O sound? Gusto ko yung buo talaga. Right? So, right hand, a little bit more restricted. Huwag masyadong bow pressure kagad. And a little bit less. Okay? If you want to think piano. Okay? Mezzo piano. And then be delicate. Be delicate. Really enjoy that sound. Listen to your sound. Masyadong in your face yung sound right now. Okay? Kahit na may mic tayo, I still pay attention to how you're using it. So, yung bow pressure, kailangan di masyadong mabigat. Can you try it? And then nice vibrato. Very good. That's much better. Okay? Pay attention to that sound. Lalo na sa second movement. In general, I want the sound to be more on the O sound. Okay? Remember, vowels of sound. May iba-iba. Okay? And then now, let's talk about your posture. Okay? Your camera is a little bit on the low side. Okay? So, right now, I want you to put your violin and make sure you're nakataas. Nakataas. Yes. Taas pa. Yan. Pay attention to your scroll. Pag yung scroll mo nakaganon, that means it's too low. The only time that you can go down with your violin is if you're moving and then you go up to your neutral spot. Neutral spot should be high, like that. Okay? Try. Yan. Okay, leveled. Okay, so for now, don't pay attention so much sa camera. Okay? Kasi minsan when you're focused on camera, you just keep doing that. Right? No. You just play like this. Okay, now try to start again and breathe. Okay, when you breathe, it should be with the tempo. So, anong tempo mo? 1, na, na, da, da, na, na, na. So, I would give a cue and breathe. 1, and, para maganda talaga yung down bow mo. And make sure yung down bow mo beautiful. Okay, can you try it? Oh, violin up. Very good. Okay? So that's number 2, yung violin posture mo. Okay? Make sure talagang nakataas yan. Kahit yung camera mo nakababa, don't pay attention to that. Okay? So now keep going. So this one is piano. Try to right now yung entrance mo, there are different kinds of entrance. Yung entrance mo masyadong, here I am. Masyadong ka excited. No, this entrance should be more on the you're praying. Okay, you're in the church. So when you enter the church, you don't come in like a, here I am, like a clown, right? You come in, and then unti-unti, and then you greet people. So here, so that means yung down bow mo, let me get my Bible. Down bow mo, don't surprise everyone, ha? Huwag ka magulat. So don't do, or don't do, try to sneak in. And then here for the next one, ignore my fingerings, okay? Do your fingerings. But make sure talagang you're in church. Praying. Okay? Try from bar number 9. Okay. That's a better entrance. Now, let's pay attention to your right hand. Remember, I told you I'm having splits. Okay? Kahit na may splits yung slurs mo, it should be connected. So, here. Don't do. I'm exaggerating. That's not how you play. Okay? Pero just make sure na walang masyadong space. Okay? Connect, and phrase. Violin up, violin up, violin up, violin up. Very good. Okay, Lay? Very good. Okay? I want you to keep that in mind, ha? Hindi porket may splits yung slur, that means it needs to sound like that. Okay? Kailangan may phrase pa rin, lalo na pag slow movement. And then one last request, bow distribution, you need to go up to the lower half and frog. Lower half, frog. So here, example. Here. That's okay. And then pataas ng pataas yung notes, right? So that means you need to follow that line. So that means while you're following the line, yung right hand mo nagpa-follow through rin towards this. Yan tinatawag kong golden rule. If you were watching the masterclass before you, that's the golden rule for my students. If there's a crescendo, you have to go to lower half. Most of the time. Okay? Try it right now. Same sound and same phrasing. Pero right now, I really want you to go to the frog in the lower half. Okay? Very good. Okay, let me stop you. That's much better. You need to work on it, but that's the idea. Okay? Make sure walang splits masyado. Okay? I'm sure Sir Jeff will help you and guide you how to do that. Okay? And then now, itong mga parts na to, long notes. That's what I would call pedal tones. Pedal tone, yung nag-hold ka kahit na may activity nangyayari, you're holding something. Okay? Bach is all about pedal tones and harmony. Okay? Not so much here, good melody, pero most of the time you pay attention to really good harmony. Harmony, kung ano nangyayari. So pay attention to your accompaniment and yung chords, yung block of chords. Okay? So while you're holding a B flat, try to pay attention. Dun, dun, may mga nangyayari, right? So that means my point is, pag hold notes, it shouldn't sound like you're just holding a note forever. It shouldn't sound like that. Kailangan may meaning. Yan. And usually, may nakalagay na crescendo dyan. If you don't have it in your part, you should have a crescendo there. Do you have a crescendo there? Okay. So if you have it, that means you need to save. And I can see that you can do vibrato. I will save the vibrato. Konting vibrato lang muna. But you need to make sure you really aim for the first beat sa next bar. 2, 1. You need to connect it. My problem with you is when you did the holding notes, parang nabore ka. Don't be bored there and don't think na, oh my God, I'm stuck. I need to make sure may enough bow. No, you need to pay attention to the harmony, to your accompaniment, and make sure nagkikrescendo ka towards the first beat. Okay, so violin up and try that section, bar 17. Very good, okay? Now, one last request, you need to move. You need to start like this. And then move gradually as well. So, move towards this way. Why I'm asking you to move? It's not to show everyone that you can move or you can dance. Okay? I'm asking you to move kasi that's part of the music. Kailangan yung body mo, it's going with the flow. Okay? Always remember that. You have to go with the flow. So you don't have to move crazy, but if you're holding one note, you need to make sure na may konting movement. And you're breathing as well. Para yung sound mo hindi choke. Okay? Alright, start from there and then move gradually. Konti lang, konti lang. Violin up, violin up. Scroll mo ang baba, oh. Okay, very good. Okay? So make sure you do that. Make sure you do that sa mga hindi lang nangyari yan once, right? It will happen a few times. Okay? And well, do you like this piece? Ganda, 'di ba? Ang ganda, right? It's a very beautiful piece. So that means you have to play it beautifully as well sa right hand. Sa right hand manggagaling yung pagiging beautiful ng sound. Okay, and you're getting better now from the first time you played it. Okay, now take advantage of your right hand. I'm emphasizing this because right hand I think you should work on. Okay, and then also let me see how you grip your right hand. Okay, sometimes masyadong naglalak siya. You need to ask Teacher Jeff about that. Okay, pag naglalak siya, that doesn't give us a lot of mobility sa lower half. Kailangan may ganitong movement siya. It's not like this. Don't do this. Kaya mo, hindi mako-control. Kasi dito manggagaling talaga yung color and yung quality of the color you're producing. Kailangan may konting resistance para hindi ka remember the sound. A, E, I, O. I want O. So, may konting parang resistance when you're holding it. Okay? Now, I'll give you a chance to play from... Can you play from here? Violin up! Sorry, violin up! Violin up! Huwag kang mag-ano sa camera. Yes, yes, performance. Okay, let me stop you there. I'm gonna exaggerate what you did. This was so good. Biglang, ako! No! Make sure you're planning. Okay? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Alright? Okay. Hindi ko na. Okay. Kala ko na wala ako. Okay? Can you try it? Make sure yung dalawang notes na yun wag nakakagulat. Okay? Lower half, lower half! Yun na yung lower half! Yun na yung part na kailangan mo mag-lower half. I need to go here. Don't stay here. Tamo kulang na kulang yung crescendo mo doon. But that's so much better. Try it again and make sure you go here. Okay? Very good. Okay, let me stop you there. Okay? Violin up. Violin up. Don't do this. Pag may nagtanong sa'yo, ano natutunan mo sa akin today is violin up. Okay? Violin up. Okay? And lower half. Yun ang two big things that you should work on. And you can ask Sir Jeff about it. Okay? Alright. Now, let's go to the third movement. Okay? Alright, now third movement, this is the celebration. Pam 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 pam. Yan yung theme niya. Tan tadan 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 tadan. Okay? When you played it earlier, parang ang lungkot mo. Okay? It's a tricky piece, but you need to make sure the spirit is there. Sa sound mo naman naramdaman ko, pero in general, your energy, you're kind of just going with the flow. You need to make sure you own it, right? So, 1, 2, papa da 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 da. Kailangan with confidence yan. Okay? Can you start? And we can work with that. Okay. Not bad. Okay? That's more like it. Pero masyadong nasa ano ka? For now, for this masterclass, I want you to be in the middle and then here, lower half. So, and then ignore my bowing. Just make sure nandito ka sa lower half. Okay? One more time. Not bad. And then once you get to pum 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 play, this should be more playful. Pum 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 pum. I'll give you a hint to make this a more playful section. Nasa stroke mo and also kung nasaan yung nota sa string mo. Okay? Kung nasa E string siya, bright siya, right? And then once it goes to the D string, medyo bababa ng konti yung dynamics. So, example, pansin mo yung nasa D string mas mahina ng konti. Okay? So try to emphasize the stroke and make sure may dynamic yung iba-ibang notes sa different strings. Okay? Can you start from there? Tatan 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 tatan. Lower half, and violin up. Very good, okay? Lay. That's not bad. Now, let's work on your beginning. Okay? Remember, pag nagbibigay ka ng cue and when you move, when you enter, kailangan alam mo yung character. For this one, it's festival. Very celebratory. Celebrate. Party. Or mas active siya. It should be loud. Okay? You need to be more soloistic here and really take charge. Okay? And you take charge by making sure yung tempo mo talagang grounded. Sometimes yung tempo mo, I'm not so sure kung ano yung tempo mo talaga. Kahit na meron kang -1, you need to make sure strong yung mga beats mo. Okay? So, I would do... You can even play it a little bit slower. As long as yung tempo mo, talagang strong and grounded. Okay, can you try it? 40cc mo. Very good. Okay, and then here, repeated notes. Vibrato konti. Wag yung tunog masyadong basag. Konti lang vibrato para medyo may parang soft landing yung tunog mo. Kahit na strong yung right hand mo, medyo may cushion konti. Okay? Try it again from beginning and violin up. I like it better now, but I'm just reminding you talagang violin up and confidence. Talagang really own it. Okay? Try it again. Lower half pagdating dyan, ganun din. Okay? For now, sa masterclass na to, hindi muna puro middle and upper half. Okay? What I want is middle, lower half. Okay? Don't forget. Okay? Start anywhere you want. Okay, very good. Okay? That's more like it. You need to work on it. And also, nakalock to. We won't focus on this right now kasi masyadong maraming time yon and maraming details. But right now, I'm seeing this. If you record yourself, masyadong nakalock to. A little bit more flexibility. Okay? And then now, the next section coming up. Kailangan may phrase dito. Don't just do. Anong bowing mo dyan? Let me hear you play it. Yes. So, really follow the arch ng arpeggio mo. So, going down. Parang wave. Okay? Exaggerate it for now. And violin up, violin up. Okay, alright, stop. Now that we stop, yung bow hair mo, you're only playing like the front part of your bow hair. Kailangan flat, a little bit flatter bow. So you do this. Okay? Kaya yung hands mo, make sure yung grip mo maganda, nakaganon, para mag-flat hair siya. May masyadong naka-turn ng ganyan. You're losing sound and clarity. Pag masyadong naka-turn ka ng ganon. Okay? One more time. From bumaba yung violin. Bumaba violin. Ang baba. Pay attention. Okay? Remember, when you're working on the right hand, yung left hand natin, nakakaligtaan. Okay? And then, whatever happens, para lang ma-focus mo to. Okay? But it's better sound, but make sure yung violin mo hindi nakaganon, lalo pag umihirap. Ha? Tanggalin mo na yon. Kailangan violin up lagi. Yes. Okay? One more time, same place. Okay, not bad. Okay, not bad. Okay, it's actually becoming better and better. Okay, so now itong mga tampak ito, kailangan super ano to, crispy. Ha? So really make sure talaga yung left hand mo malutong. Okay, and also don't play legato here. Ito yung part na hindi mo kailangan mag-legato. Don't do. Kasi gusto ko crispy talaga. Okay? Make sure talagang may konting space para talagang malinis yung tagataganoon. And also, pay attention to your hand frame. That means yung 2, 3, 4 mo, kailangan ready. Ready lagi yan. Okay? Can you try it? Anywhere you like. Okay? One more time. Nangyayari is na de-delay yung string crossing mo. Kaya nadadami yung left hand mo. Okay? One more time. Very good. Okay? Now, what did we just learn? Yung right hand mo, it doesn't mean kahit gusto ko yung full bow lagi, it doesn't mean na pag full bow lagi, it's always good. So, your full bow, pag mabibilis ng mga section na ganito, kailangan compact. Very, very agile. Very quick. Quick yung pagpapalit-palit. Right? So, make sure na yung right hand mo sa mga bibilis na part na to, kailangan talagang active. And mabilis yung string crossing. And string crossing doesn't involve a lot of elbow. Ito lang yon, arm. Elbow mo sasama lang yan. But never initiate with the elbow. Kasi babagal ka niyan. So, look how I'm playing it. Just simple. May konting space. Okay? You don't have to do my tempo. Just make sure na in a slower tempo, ganun yung character. Okay? Try it again. Play. Yes! Very good. Okay? Now, yung bow mo, nakaganon ka na. Okay? Mahirapan ka talaga i-grip yan. Okay? Ganon. Like this. Okay? Yes. Okay? So, make sure hindi nakaganyan. Yung parang ganyan. Okay? Okay? We can work on that some other time. Okay, Lay? Alright. Now, let's skip to... okay. So, ito. Ang importante sa mga ganitong section is yung hand frame mo. Again, hand frame is yung, it involves the 2, 3, 4. Placement of your 2, 3, 4. So for this one, do you play guitar, Lay? By any chance? You play guitar? Okay, but you've seen a guitar player before, right? Di ba pag nagko-chord sila, fix na yung hands nila. Okay? So that means that's a good hand frame. They need to develop a good hand frame kasi ready lahat. So, itong chance mo maging guitarist, actually, sa part na to. Okay, so whatever happens, kanina when you played this, parang may mga nangyayari sa left hand mo na kailangan wala naman nangyayari. Okay, meaning, let's say from here. Here, just stay. Yung i-worry mo lang dapat dito yung ano, yung right hand mo. Ito naman, ito naman. And then, okay, can you try it? But clarity of string crossing from the right hand. You need clarity. So, another thing that will help is yung violin up mo. Kasi pag nakaganong ka, ang hirap mag-string crossing yan. And yung sound mo pababa rin. So, here. Can you try it? Okay, lower half. Lower half. Don't play that here. It's too hard to do that there. Tara mo yung motion ko, konti lang. If you do it here, masyadong maraming mangyayari. Okay? Try it again. Okay, here. Okay, so for this one, how you should practice this is a little bit slower, right? Pero yung slow practice mo, kailangan may meaning, right? I said that in the earlier masterclass. Kailangan may meaning and may strategy. So you slow this down, and then you ask yourself, okay, I want to work on the left hand. How do I make my left hand or intonation become better? So left hand, it's hand frame. Okay? This one. Kailangan ready yan. Kailangan sa isang tugtog mo pa lang yan, nandyan na yan. Yung intonation, yung ano. Kailangan hindi ka mag-adjust during. And then, anticipate the shifts. Dito. Yung talon na yon, kailangan planado yan. Okay? When you shift, kailangan smooth. Para pagdating mo, and then here, dito na lang. Hindi ka na parang naghahabol sa left hand mo. Okay? Do it a little bit slower right now. And then, don't do in the frog, just lower half. Ginagawa mo masyadong mataas. Dito. Close to the middle. Yes. Yes. Okay? Try it a little bit slower. Tumataas yung F siya. Natural. Magkadikit lang yung 3 and 2. Naririnig ko F sharp. That's not right. Okay? So, pay attention to your 3 and 2. Half step lang. Okay? Try from letter D again. My problem with that is yung 3 and 1 mo hindi ready. Kailangan ready. Remember, anticipate. So, kaya nahirapan ka sinahabol mo. So, right now here, 3-1. Kailangan nandun na yung 3-1 mo. Don't do it right when you play the second finger. Matatapa ka and then you don't know where. So, pagdating mo, start from here. Yung third beat ng second bar ng D. And then, kailangan yung 3-1 mo ready na yan. Okay? Try from... Can you try from there? Yes! Very good. Okay? Now, letter D. Okay? Can you try it? Violin up, violin up! Violin up, always. Kaya I'm yelling, para tuwing nakikita mo yung stroll mo, maririnig mo yung boses ko, kahit masterclass lang to. Okay? I'm not mad at you. It just means, violin up! Violin up. Pag nakita mo nang parang gumaganon yung violin, you need to hear my voice. Okay? One more time. Okay? Alright. So, that's better. Okay? Better placement. Yun ang kailangan mo i-work on dyan. Kaya ka nadadapa kasi yung 3-1 mo hindi ready. So, kailangan parang gitarista. Kahit awkward, you need to make sure na nandun lahat ng notes sa strings. Okay? Now, let's skip this part. And can you go to E? Meron kang letter dyan?
Wala.
Sige. After na lang ng fermata. Okay? That's clearer. Okay? Yung recap. And remember, celebrate. Wait. Iba yan. Okay? Yung after ng fermata, wait. And also, nawala na yung ano natin kanina, yung celebratory. And masyadong maraming bow. I like that you're using it, but make sure you go to the lower half. Yun yung goal natin. Okay? Go to the lower half. Okay? And also with confidence. With confidence, yung sound. Don't think so much. Okay? One more time. After fermata. Wait. Iba na yata yan. You need to go to the... Okay? Make sure, it's okay. Make sure you go to that. Okay, so start from... Can you start from there? Okay, don't rush. Tempo. Wait. Rhythm, you're rushing. May time ka pa dun. Masyado kang parang nalilate na sa meeting mo. Okay, so... You need to connect yung first beat to the second beat. Okay? Can you start from there? So don't start. Okay, one more time. Doon sa part na 'yon. That's better. Okay, do this slowly. Okay, do this slowly. So can you do... Kailangan talagang pantay-pantay yung left hand mo dyan. Okay? Wait. I'll give you 10 seconds before you start. Masyadong cluttered yung mind mo ngayon. Masyadong maraming iniisip. Look at the part you have right now. Nandyan yung pesa. Okay? So, look at it and really make sure alam mo yung tempo mo and kung anong gagawin mo. Okay? Focus on the goal. Not making sure na matugtog mo lang. Okay? Focus on the goal. So, goal natin a little bit slower. Kailangan marinig ko yung notes na yon, yung mga tiny notes. Okay? Can you start from there? Okay. Lay, you need to make sure you can play this slow before you can play it fast. Okay? That's one of the biggest things you have to do. Okay? Don't just play this a tempo all the time. Ha? Kailangan matugtog mo siya ng slow with metronome. Okay? One more time. And really count. Ta-da-da, pakatakatagatan, takatakatadada, pakatakatagatan, takatakatan. It's not so fast. Okay? Right now we're doing a slow tempo. Okay? One more time, Lay. Okay, Lay? Okay, so, you need to work on this. Okay? Don't just play this fast. Okay? Kailangan, pag sinabi sa'yo, okay, Lay, can you play this a little bit slower? Kailangan mas clear yon kaysa sa fast. Okay? If you can't play it in the slow tempo, then you have a problem. Big problem. Kasi pag binilisan mo yan, hindi mo na alam mangyayari. So, we're doing this because this is how you should practice it. Okay? Whenever you're practicing is a process of muscle memory. So, kung anong ginagawa mo sa practice room, yun ang kinalalabasan yan after a week sa teacher mo. Okay? Or when you perform it. Right? So, when you practice, kailangan clear mind and really make sure alam mo yung tempo mo. So, for this one, pa-da-na, ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-tam, pa-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta, pa-pa-pa-pa-pa-pam, pa-ta-ta-ta-ta. Kailangan nakakanta mo yan and then translate it to the left hand and the right hand. Okay, Lay? That should be the process. Remember, muscle memory. So, do it a little bit slower with strategy para talagang clear. And then for this one, my advice here, do it slowly and talagang wag mong madaliin. Yung right hand mo, kailangan pantay. So, I would suggest to do rhythms. Because that's harder. Right? And then, you can do yung baliktad nyon. For that one, do rhythms. And then do it slowly with metronome. Okay? And then can we skip to the end? Yung 40cc mo na, Lay? Doon na, until the end. Gusto ko talaga dito, ito na yung pinaka-last Lay. So this should be very loud at this point. Very loud and very, much more energetic than the beginning. Okay? Can you show me? Okay, Lay. That's much better. Okay, so remember the process of practicing. Okay, kahit na ikaw lang mag-isa, let's say wala kang lesson, there should be a process of muscle memory and slow tempo na talagang strategic practicing. Okay, Lay? Alright. Any questions, Lay?
Wala naman.
Wala naman. Okay, very good. Congratulations, Lay. And keep working hard.
Thank you, Sir Dio. Congrats, Lay.
You're welcome. Congrats, Lay. Hi, Kuya Jeff.
Picture tayo tatlo. Yung Teacher
Sure.
Jedi.
Ay.
Teka. Picture. Hide ng video. Alright. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Alright. Congrats, Kuya Jeff. Okay.
Pamangkin ko yan. Pamangkin ko.
Talaga? Pamangkin mo? Alright.
All right, thank you. Congratulations, Lay. Thank you, Sir Dio. So that concludes our day 3 of the string series of Masterclass for here at the Summer Out There 2021 International Music Festival. We will be live again tomorrow at 9 o'clock for our last day. Oh, it's our last day. That makes me sad. It's our last day tomorrow, but we still have a few more students performing for the masterclass series. We will live stream across 3 channels. You are watching here now at the Manila Symphony Orchestra Music Academy YouTube channel. You can also catch the other solo and chamber um, master classes at the Manila Symphony Orchestra YouTube channel and the Manila Symphony Junior Orchestra YouTube channel. So until tomorrow, we'll see you again. Goodbye.